Hello, hello. We are doing a late night stream. Just got back from work. Got some time on my hands. Figured I'd hop on the flight sim and do some nice, good old classic flying on Microsoft 2020. I didn't particularly have the greatest of times trying to work out the airline transport missions on Microsoft Flight Sim 2024 career mode. You know, some of it had to probably do with trying to figure out how to operate the default 737 MAX while trying to keep within the constraints of the career mode specifications itself. Kind of difficult to do, trying to satisfy what it is the career mode asks for you, but it's still pretty buggy. The 737 MAX, in my opinion, doesn't particularly fly right. So I don't know how many VATSIM flights I'm going to do, but I might do a couple before I hop back into career mode. I think I need a breath of fresh air as far as that's concerned. So we're going to go back to something that we all know best, and that's Microsoft Flight Sim 2020 in the PMDG 737. We're doing a flight from Minneapolis St. Paul International to Detroit Metro Wayne, and we will be making the return flight back to Minneapolis. As of right now, we do have ATC online. Minneapolis Tower, Departure, and Center are all online, so we will have some ATC on our departure. It's more than likely that they'll sign off before we make our return flight, or they might sign off while we're on our way back, but at least we will get something during our departure. It is kind of an odd time for VATSIM, so we'll do that. Alright. So let's get in the aircraft here. Look at that. Now this is going to be quite the task right here, is trying to do this in the dark. Battery switch right here. Sweet. Emergency lights. Excellent. Go to the overhead panel. We'll put the dome lights on dim so we're not blinding ourselves. Go back to the lower pedestal here. First things first. Gears down. Flaps are up. Speed brakes are up. Throttles are idle. Everything's in the off position. Looking good there. So we'll go back to the... Oops, that is the wrong one. There we go. Alright, we will go ahead and... left forward fuel pump will come on, and then the APU will be started, and we will wait for the EGT to come up and then go back down. And then we can get this show on the road. And while we're at it, we'll go ahead and turn some panel lights on so we don't waste our time trying to locate those in the dark. Good news is I'm starting to feel a lot better from being sick. I still have just a little bit of clearing out I still apparently need to do, but I'm doing a lot better. It's not as aggressive as it was the entire rest of the week, so that's good news. Alright, our APU gen is available to us. We'll go ahead and flip those on. Panel lights are on. Alright. Now, first things first, before we actually get started, we're going to go to FS Actions and we're going to load our information from our flight plan as far as the fuel and the payload are concerned. So we'll go over to fuel here. Our block fuel today is 14,231 pounds. 14231 for total fuel. Back payload. We're looking at 103 passengers, which is not a lot, so we'll go ahead and pretend that 12 of them are in the first class, and then we'll subtract 12 from 103, and we get 92. And then the cargo, we have 5150, so we'll put 2,000 in the forward cargo, and we'll put 3150 in the aft cargo. Now we're going to take a look at our gross weight here, just make sure it matches our ramp weight. 132.3, 132.126, and yep, that matches. We're good. All right. Alright, so now we're going to do our overhead flows while our passengers are loading in. I don't have GSX or anything like that, so we'll just simulate to ourselves that passengers are currently being loaded onto the aircraft. Alright, so we'll switch this to the APU generator, monitor the DC amps. We have a positive charge, everything looking good there. Alright, all panel lights are on, emergency exit lights are armed. We'll go ahead and fasten the seatbelts on and test the attendant call and the ground call. Sweet. Window heats will come on. Probe heats can stay off for now. As far as hydraulic pumps, A's can be on, B's can be off. Test the cockpit voice recorder. We have a green light. Excellent. Alright, let's get the APU bleed on and turn the packs on so the passengers can be comfortable. And ISOL valve will leave open. Our cruise today is going to be 37,000 feet, flight level 370. The landing altitude, according to the flight plan, is 645, so we're going to go ahead and go to 650. Alright, logo lights are going to be on. Position lights are on steady. Go to the overhead panel here. We'll flip our IRSs to nav mode, test our flap lights, and then we're just going to give it a couple minutes before we test the stall warning and the Mach airspeed test. That's looking good. We'll go down to our throttle quadrant, just do a fault test. The lights come on, a fault detects, that's good. Test the fire. Everything illuminates and the bell rings, that's looking good. Just test these lights. Looking good. Go down to our radio panel here. We'll tune to TA/RA, Traffic Advisory / Resolution Authority. And everything on the lower pedestal looks good as well. Alright, we'll go to our FMC, position in it. Reference airport is Kilo Mike Sierra Papa, KMSP. And then as far as our IRS position, we'll go to next page. We'll wait for GPS left to appear. Okay, and ATC does want us to contact them for push, so that's good to know. So we have our GPS left, we're going to copy it, go to our previous page, set the IRS position. Now that that's in place, we will go to the upper pedestal real quick, flip this over to heading/STS, and this tells us how many minutes that the IRS will take to align, which in this case is 6. Should give us enough time to put information to our FMC, and hopefully it's ready by the time we are ready to go. We'll go to route. KMSP is already loaded for us, so we'll go there. And then we are going to Kilo Delta Tango Whiskey. Cool. This is just showing up because our IRSs aren't aligned right now, so that's good. We are Delta 1476 for this flight. Delta 1476. Throw that information in there. Our departure, we're going to be departing the Colt 7 departure. Dell's transition, and what runway we're expecting runway 12 left, so we'll throw that in our departure information right here, and then we'll go ahead to the route page, activate, execute, and then we'll go back to the next page right here, and then from Dell's we're going straight into our arrival actually, so we can go back to our arrival page. We're on the Rock City 2 arrival, so next page, Rock City 2, the Porzel transition, don't know how to say that. The Simbury flight plan is telling us we are expecting 4 right, so we'll go ahead and do that, and we'll just do vectors for now. So we'll execute, go to our legs page, and get rid of the discontinuity, make sure there are no other discontinuities, there is not. Execute, sweet. So let's go to our route, go to our perf and net, our gross weight, we'll go ahead and use our ramp weight, 132.3. Zero fuel weight is 118.0, just going to verify that matches, that it does indeed. Our reserves, we're going to do 5.4. And our cost index, we're going to expect 44. Alright. 44 for the cost index, cool. Top of climb winds are going to be 240 at 73. Slash 73. And we'll go ahead and put that info right here. I think it wants us to do our cruise altitude first. My bad. Flight level 370. Right there. 240 at 73. Yep, there it is. Okay, execute that. N1 limit, we're just going to go with the 96.3 that it's given us. Go to our takeoff. We're going to do a flaps 5 takeoff. Plenty of runway here. Copy our V-speeds, 129, 131, and 143. We'll go ahead and set our CG right here, and our trim should be 4.52. So we'll get off the FMC real quick and set that. That's roughly 4.5 right there. That's what I like to see. Alright, so now we have our takeoff information, we have our performance. Just go to climb here, verify everything looks good. Cruise, 0.79er. I may decrease that depending on how close we are to the red bars. Don't want to overspeed the aircraft. And then descent, we don't have any information yet, but that'll pop up in flight. So we'll go to our legs page. And I think as far as we're concerned, the FMC is looking good. So we'll go preset our autopilot. And we were cleared to climb via the SID except maintain 7,000. So we'll put 7,000 there. We're expecting runway 12 left. So I'll go ahead and put runway heading, which is, we'll throw in 120. Oop. Went way past that. V2, kind of forgot what V2 was. I like to do V2 plus 10 as far as the speed. So we'll go back. Index, take off. V2 is 143 plus 10, so we'll do 160 for the climb out speed. But we'll definitely be speeding up past that quite quickly, but just for now, that's what we'll input. Go to our legs page, see how long our IRSs have. We have 1 minute for the IRSs, so we'll go ahead and test the stall warning now. Sweet. Mach airspeed. Alright, those work good. The passenger oxygen's in the normal position. Everything for the mic selector looks fine just right here. These lights are extinguished. We are going to keep the dome light on for now. Alright, and everything looks good on the upper pedestal. Alright, so now, with my brand new handy dandy Logitech radio panel, we'll put in our squawk code, which ATC gave us 3331. So that's pretty easy. 3331 for our squawk code. Make sure tower is still online, which they are. So 126.7. Alright, Alright, 126.7, we'll go ahead and switch over. And I like to just grab ATIS from VPilot because the ATIS is very loud on VPilot, so we'll just read it. So winds are 190 at 9er, gust 17, 5 miles of visibility, mist, overcast 900, temperature 1, dew point 0, altimeter 2, 9er 88. So let's go ahead and put our altimeter in for us. Ooh, that was way too far. Alright, 2988. I'm going to go ahead and turn down the screens. They are very bright. Kind of intrusive to the eyes. There we go. Just dim it a little bit. I'll thank myself later when we get in the air. Cool. And our IRSs did align, so we'll test the GPWS.
Glide slope. Pull up. Wind shear. Wind shear. Wind shear. Terrain. Terrain. Pull up. Airspeed low. Airspeed low.
Alright, GPWS works really good, and then we'll just go ahead and give our TCAS a test. Alright, cool. And we're mode C, so we have our altimeter set, we have our altitude set, we'll get rid of the master caution. Now we can go ahead and get ready for pushback. Do we have anything in the center tanks? No, we do not, so we'll just turn on the forward, or the wing fuel pumps, get those going. We'll flip this switch over to Gen 1, so when we flip to engine generators, we'll be good. Fasten seatbelt signs are on. Hydraulics can stay the way they are for now. And we'll go ahead and we'll shut the packs off before we start, just so we're ready. And we'll flip the anti-collision lights off. And then we'll go to menu, FS Actions, Ground Services. We will... Well, first let's close the door.
Delta 8947, Minneapolis Tower. Good evening. Wind 190 at 9er, gusting 17, runway 12 right, clear to land.
That was loud for me. Alright, return, ground services, we'll get rid of the jetway. And verify that the jetway goes, yes, that's good. Alright, we'll go return, get the pushback set to go. We're going to do standard L. We're expecting runway 12, so our nose is going to go to the left. And we'll select a tug. Alright, verify again, we're ready for pushback. Anti-collision light, beacon light, for that matter, is on. Looking good, alright, and we will let tower know that we're ready for push. Minneapolis Tower, good evening. Delta 1476, gate Foxtrot 8, ready for push and start.
Delta 1476, Minneapolis Tower, push and start is approved, expect 12 left.
Push and start approved, expect 12 left, Delta 1476. Actually, go ahead and turn that standby attitude indicator off. I always forget to set the parking brake when this loads, because for some reason it doesn't load with the parking brake set. Alright, let's go ahead and start our pushback.
Go ahead.
And now we can turn our packs off.
For pushback and start, they want the tail to our right. Copy that, ready for push, tail right. Release brake, please.
Release the brakes.
Brakes released. Brakes released, here we go.
Right now we're pushing back, and I'm just going to go on outside view and look at where we are. Sweet. Alright, we'll pull up the airport diagram for MSP just to make sure we don't do anything wrong. Procedure, MSP, airport diagram. Sweet, now we have that on standby. Alright, looks like we got plenty of space, so we'll go ahead and engine number 2 ignition. N2's rising. Oil pressures are rising. .25% N2, introduce fuel. And boy, do I love the bass that comes out of this engine start on the 737. It is a lot like being in the real thing.
Pushback complete. Parking brake set.
Parking brake set.
Brake set.
Alright, EGT is up in the clear. Oil temp is up.
Steering pin is pulled. Watch for the
Engine
slip
2
release
good
vent
start.
on the
Engine
right
1
and
can go ignition. N2 is rising. Oil pressure is also rising. Sweet.
Delta 8947, left when able, and where are you parking tonight, sir?
Anywhere in
25% N2, introduce fuel.
Roger, Delta 8947, just left there on Alpha 4, in taxi straight ahead to Gulf 19.
Say left turn here.
Yep, left right there, and then just head right toward the
EGT's coming up.
Sea Concourse
Oil temp
straight
is coming
in
up.
front of you
Sounds good. I'll make a left here and straight to the gate.
Our gauges are looking really good. It appears my throttle was up a little bit. That was by accident. Alright, engine number 1 stable. We have 2 good starts. Alright, so we'll go to the overhead panel. Just checking something real quick. Overhead panel, yaw dampers coming on. Fuel pumps are on. Engine generators can also come on. We're good. Probe heats can come on. Hydraulics can also come on. Packs can go to auto. ISOL valve to auto. APU bleeds coming off. APU is also coming off. Cool. Come down here, we're gonna go flaps 5. 1, 2, 3. Auto brakes are going to RTO. And we will check our flight controls. Alright, right up, left down. Left up, right down.
Delta
Elevator forward.
8947, if you're going to Gulf
Elevator
19,
back.
take a right there at Bravo.
Flight
and
controls
taxi
are
back
free
on
and
Bravo,
correct.
And then it'll be off on your left.
Alright, it looks like we are set for takeoff. Alright.
I'm backwards, but that makes more sense. So I'm going to turn right around right
Dome
here.
lights are coming
Oh,
off. We'll go back to
G19 or Delta
our
8947.
legs page here. Alright. Let's go ahead and grab our taxi clearance. And Minneapolis Tower, Delta 1476, ready to taxi.
Delta 1476, runway 12 left, taxi via Bravo, Delta Papa, cross runway 22.
Runway 12 left, taxi via Bravo, Delta Papa, cross runway 22, Delta 1476. Alright, taxi lights coming on. We'll go ahead and quick check the diagram. Make sure we're looking at the right thing here. Going to 12 left, Bravo, Delta Papa. Alright, so we're going to make a quick left turn here and join this taxiway. Brakes are coming off. Looks like we do have a little bit of precipitation going on here, so what I'm going to do is ignitions are going to continuous. We're going to go ahead and flip our anti-ice on. Lights dim, they are functioning. And then delta is this first left right here. Oh, I went the wrong way. Oh my goodness, we are expecting 1-2 left and I'm going towards 1-2 right. That is my bad. That is something you don't want to do.
Delta 1476, just continue forward. You missed Delta there. Just continue on. Take a right on Charlie. Oh, I don't know if you're getting back around there or not, but you can take a right on Charlie and just take Charlie to Papa and then cross 2-2.
Yeah, my apologies. I got the right and left backwards. I'm making a right on Charlie and then Papa to 1-2 left and cross 2-2 on Papa, Delta 1476. That is unfortunate. Got to get back to it. This Microsoft Flight Sim 2024 has been really putting some bad habits in my head as far as the in-game ATC. Not enough strategy going on in that career mode, so I got to go back to real life. Promise I don't do this in real life. I'm a little more thorough when I'm actually flying a plane. Don't know what I was thinking. That is why you look at the diagram thoroughly and make sure you're going the right way. Alright, we're about to cross runway 22, so our landing lights and turn-off lights can go on. Strobes are coming on. Don't want to turn too early. Alright, so make sure approach is still on, which it is, which is 135.47. It's pretty fast taxi. We're across the runway, landing lights off, turn off lights off, and strobe lights off.
Minneapolis Tower, Delta 2654 on the ILS for 1-2 right.
Put 13547
Delta
on
2654,
standby.
Minneapolis Tower, wind 190 at Niner, gusting 17, runway 12 right, clear to land.
1-2 right, clear to land, Delta 2654.
Delta 1476, wind 190 at Niner, gusting 17, fly runway heading, runway 12 left, clear for takeoff.
Runway heading, runway 12 left, clear for takeoff, Delta 1476. Alright, we got our landing lights on, our turn-off lights on, we have our strobe lights on, wing inspection lights are coming on, and everything looks good. We are set for takeoff. We'll roll onto the runway here, and then halfway through the turn, we'll get the engines up to 40%. Alright, that's about halfway the turn right there. Engines to 40. The engines are stable. Toga.
Airspeed's alive. 80 knots.
Cross check.
V1. Rotate.
Rotate.
E2.
Get that nose up nice and easy. I really wanted to bank to the left
Positive
there.
rate of climb.
Gear up. Oh, and flight directors I should have turned on before takeoff. That's what I was going to do, but very much got distracted. And heading select and level change mode for now. N1, auto armed throttle, autopilot's being engaged.
Delta 2654, left on Alpha 5, stay parking.
Delta 3.
Oh. We turned for some reason.
Delta 2654, stay parking.
Delta 3.
We got quite the crosswind going on here.
Delta 2654, taxi via Alpha, Delta.
Oh my
Quebec to the
goodness,
gate.
what is happening?
Alpha Delta Quebec to the gate. Delta
Alright,
2654.
we're taking over here. I don't know
Delta
what's happening.
1476, contact departure 135.47.
13547, Delta 1476. Why is this happening?
2963 ILS 12 right.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and
Delta
throw it in
2963,
LNAV
Minneapolis
mode,
Tower,
see if
good
that
evening,
helps us
wind
out.
17011.
Alright, so we're tuning into approach. Okay, so LNAV is working just fine. We'll go with that for now. We'll increase the speed to 200 so we can get these flaps out of here. This is turning into a disaster pretty quick. Alright. Minneapolis departure, good evening, Delta 1476, 6,800, climbing 7,000, runway heading. Alright, auto brakes coming off.
76 minutes departure radar contact. Climb maintain
Flaps up.
17,000.
Climb and maintain 17,000, Delta 1476.
Delta 1476 proceed direct taxi.
Direct taxi, Delta 1476. Alright, so we'll go VNAV mode for this, now that we got a clearance. To climb, we're going to go direct taxi, execute. Wow. That departure went very poorly. That's unfortunate. But we're definitely going to take some notes, see what might have went wrong, and go from there. What probably didn't help was the crosswind going on there. Really threw off the heading mode. Definitely runway heading wasn't being tracked because of that crosswind, but now we look like we're in a pretty decent position. We're climbing 250 knots, climbing up to 17,000, and flaps are up, auto brakes off, gear levers off. Okay. That was interesting. Alright, 10,000 feet, advise the flight attendants. Landing lights can come off, runway turn off, and taxi lights can all come off. Looks like we're out of the clouds, so wing anti-ice is not going to be necessary. Total air temperature is in the positive, so that's good. Alright, we're for sure going to make sure that our departure out of Detroit doesn't go that poorly. Definitely out of tune with VATSIM currently. We'll get the Minneapolis Center frequency on standby as well while we're available.
Delta 1476 contact center 133.4. Good day.
133.4, Delta 1476, good night. Well, in that case, we got handed off anyway. Minneapolis Center, good evening. Delta 1476, 14,300, climbing 17,000, direct taxi.
Delta 1476, Minneapolis Center. climb and maintain flight level 370, proceed direct Dells.
Climb and maintain flight level 370, direct Dells, Delta 1476. Alright, we're direct Dells, and we were cleared straight up to flight level 370. Cool. That's all said and done. Still don't know how to turn the brightness down on this. It is a very bright EFB on the side of the plane there. Alright, we'll go ahead and heading sync ourselves. A disaster of a takeoff, but we managed to get it under control on the departure earlier. Alright. Flight level 180, altimeter to standard. And I think now we can settle down and let the plane fly as it should. I'm actually really curious to see what the winds aloft are at MSP, particularly low altitude. Weather, winds. Oh yeah, it's aggressive. It's 220 at 34 knots at 3,000 feet.
Southwest 1287 is with you on the Killer 3 arrival.
Dude said with you. That's embarrassing.
Minneapolis Center, ident.
So yeah, 34 knots at 3,000. So that's plenty to make it ugly enough for a disaster of a departure like what I just went through. I mean, it's my fault. I didn't account for that. That should have been under control, but we're
Southwest 1287, radar contact.
living and learning.
Southeast of Eau Claire, flight level 360. Descend via the Killer 3 arrival, runway 12 right transition.
See how far away we are from top of descent. So we have about...
Descend on the Killer 3, Killer 3 arrival.
Okay, we got over 100 miles of cruise, so that'll be nice.
Altimeter is 2987, Southwest 1287.
So note to self, take off, maintain runway heading, and adjust the heading indicator as necessary for wind correction. Ugh. You think I'd know better. Alright, so if Mach 0.67 has us this close to the overspeed line, I'm not really sure how Mach 0.79er is going to do in cruise, so we're going to watch closely for that and just monitor accordingly. But everything else is looking good after everything that just happened. I also should have turned the flight director... Boy, I can't speak either. Flight directors on, at least during taxi, but probably should have right before taxi. But we'll be more on point. We're out of touch. In-game ATC has killed all of our brain cells for Microsoft Flight Sim 2024. Okay. Now we'll just monitor. And it looks like we're not going to get any further ATC once we get out of Minneapolis Center. So we'll go ahead and put the en route frequency on standby. 122.8.
Air Canada 372, Minneapolis Center. Good evening. Radar contact. Descend at pilot's discretion. Maintain 10,000, 10,000. Bismarck altimeter 2973.
Okay, so the cruise speed reduced a little bit to 0.788. We'll see how close that is to red line. Okay, now we're Mach 0.71 and we've still got some distance, so that's good. We'll climb mode. Okay.
Air Canada 372, just to make sure I know what you're doing when you say you are set up for the ILS 31. Your last waypoint was Viking, you should be direct field. I take it you're direct something else.
Gonna double check the over.
Yeah, we are direct to Charlie Foxtrot 31, which is like the initial waypoint for the ILS. It's okay with you?
Okay. Cool. So now we're set up.
Canada 372.
It'll be smooth from here. I might reduce our climb speed on the climb VNAV to 0.74 just so we can get up to altitude a little bit quicker because we don't have a particularly long cruise ahead of us.
FedEx 454. Yep, I was just holding on to you a little bit because there's a guy in front of you. I was just going to point him out if you got close, but he looks like he's speeding up now. So, frequency change of cruise radar service terminated at this point. Number 180 Golf Sierra, Minneapolis Center, radar contact. Thanks for the position report. Good evening.
Neat.
Air Canada 372. Say again that waypoint you're on to.
It's not clear. It's Charlie Foxtrot 31. I think it only appears in the FX. It's not YGAG, neither the other, which is ICONO. If you want us to do vectors, we can do that too.
Air Canada 372. Flight present heading, vectors for the approach. So I don't have that on my scope, so you can proceed direct, just flight present heading, and I'll get you when you get there.
Roger, present heading, Air Canada 372.
I'm sure I made plenty of mistakes on that departure. I mean, should have taken it as a sign that there was going to be downhill as soon as I turned the wrong way on the taxiway at MSP, thinking that 1-2 left was 1-2 right for whatever reason. And then from there it was just kind of a little messed up, but that's what checklists are for. Very important, but ultimately our plane went haywire. I tried playing with the autopilot a little longer than I should have, but ultimately when it really started getting out of control, flip that autopilot off, take over, and get back on course. Then we tried the autopilot again, and now it's working, so it's kind of like what I like to see.
Mini Center Air Canada 7038, 4,700, climbing 7,000.
Air Canada 7038, Minneapolis Center. Good evening. Proceed direct Mullen Pass, climb and maintain flight level 380.
Direct Mullen Pass, climb and maintain 380, Air Canada 7038.
Approach signed off, so I have a feeling our ATC opportunities are going to die out on the return flight, but again, at least we got something in place for a departure. 1,000 to go.
Boeing 1, Lima X-ray, by give information to golf. Expect ILS 12 right approach.
We do have information off and we'll expect ILS runway 12 right approach 31 Lima X-ray.
Delta 1476, Chicago offline, radar service terminated, frequency change approved.
Frequency change approved, Delta 1476. Good night. Just kind of looking at all the airport diagrams here to see if we have more gate information as far as our FAA charts are concerned. It doesn't seem so right now. So yeah, we're pretty close to that red line right there, so I'm just going to pull the speed back to 0.78 in our cruise. That's looking more I like it. So we're in cruise, we're not getting bumped around, so let's go to the overhead panel and let our passengers move freely about the cabin. And we are negative 30 Celsius on the temperature, so I'm actually going to flip the engine anti-ice off. Both extinguished, and ignition switches can go to off for now. Now we're looking good on our cruise, and we will get back to it when we get close to our top of descent.
FedEx 76, radar contact 32 miles north of Dickinson, flight level 370. Good evening.
So since this flight was problematic at the very beginning, why don't we get our approach all set to go way ahead of time so our arrival goes a lot better than the departure. So start off by briefing the approach plate. Our localizer / DME frequency is 110.7 for the runway 4 right, so 110.7. We'll get at that in both navs. Alright, so nav 1 and nav 2 are set to 110.7. The approach course is 036, so we'll put that in both course selections. Okay, courses are set. Alright, so our runway landing distance available to us is 11,494 feet, so plenty of runway to land. If we run off the end of that, we're terrible pilots. Touchdown zone elevation is 640, airport elevation is 645. Alright, going to just read. Alright, so if you don't have DME, you must have GPS equipment as a backup, fair enough. Simultaneous approach authorized. Okay, that's good. Alternate takeoff minimums we don't need right now. We have LSIF 2 lighting. Missed approach is going to be climb to 4,000 on the Detroit VOR radial 035 to Lupe, which is 15.6 DME from the VOR, and we will hold. And we'll descend down to 3,000 at the end of the arrival and vector ourselves to the ILS. The minimum safe altitude 25 miles from the VOR is 2,800, so 3,000 will keep us clear of obstacles and terrain around the airport. So we'll go down to 3,000 and we'll intercept the ILS at Jelly, which is the last waypoint before the final approach fix, which is E-tail. And so we'll intercept the localizer at Jelly and likely get our glide slope there. And then we will descend down. Our ILS minimums are 840. Now, here's the thing, is the weather at Detroit is looking quite terrible. So, we're going to do something that you should never do in real life, especially if you're flying a Boeing 737 by yourself. We are going to act as if we're doing a Cat 3A landing, and I think, is it Cat 3A? What puts us down to 50? I think it's either Cat 3A or Cat 3B that allows you to go down to, I think it's 50 feet above the runway. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to our radio altimeter here, and our minimums are going to be 50 feet. Now, the good thing about this flight sim is we don't have 5G radio towers to mess with our radio altimeters, so in the simulator the radio altimeter should work just fine. So we're going to pretend like we're doing a Cat 3 landing, because let's see, the weather last I checked was a 1/16 of a mile of visibility, and that's still the case. So RVR is between 1,800 and 2,000 feet, and the minimum RVR for the ILS is 1,800, so we're right there. A 1/16 of a mile, though, that's pretty sketchy, and we're just going to go ahead and see what happens here. I would never advise this. This is also assuming that the flight simulator is going to match the current weather on point as well. We'll see. So yeah, we'll just put our minimums down to 50 and see what the sim deciphers as the weather. So yeah, minimums are 50, so that's going to put us at, let's see, if 840 is the minimums prescribed on the chart, and that's at 200 feet above ground, so if we minus 150, that'll give us 690. So 690 feet MSL is going to be our minimums for this flight. just so we can land. Don't ever do that in real life. That's terrible behavior. But this is a sim, and I'm having fun, and I really want to see if I can pull it off. If that's the weather at the destination. Alright. So we got our minimums, we got our approach point, we have our missed approach, which is 4,000 on the 035 radio. Cool. And then we're going to go ahead and actually see what the CTAF frequency for Detroit is, because it has multiple tower frequencies as far as I understand. So we're going to go to CTAF. See if we can search up the airport. Just looking up on the VATSIM side. Oh, there we go. AIP. Alright, so CTAF at Detroit Wayne is 135.0. So we'll go ahead and put that on standby. 135.0. Okay, that's on standby, and then the last thing we'll just go to our approach performance, and our VREF at flaps 30 should be 139, so we'll go ahead and put flaps 30, VREF 139, put that in there, and we do have a VREF speed. Alright. Looks to me like we're all set and done for the approach. We're ready nice and far ahead of time just to make sure that we don't have the same kinds of issues that we did leaving MSP. Alright, so based off of the arrival, I'm zooming in, not out. I don't know why I'm doing that. So we have about 160 miles to the airport. It's somewhat of a long arrival, but not as long as the arrival into MSP. So I am going to do what I've done before and start the top of descent 40 miles early. Just so this aircraft does a better job of maintaining 250 knots under 10,000. This plane really doesn't like to do that. So since we're roughly about 10 miles before we're starting our descent, we're going to flip the seatbelt signs on. We're going to throw The ignition's to continuous, and we'll throw our engine anti-ice back on. They both dim. They are working just fine. Because as we descend, the temperatures will start warming up a little bit more towards those icing conditions. Then once we hit 40, so we'll go to our descent page, and we're looking at target descent speed. We'll go ahead and slow that up just a little bit. We'll do Mach 0.75, and we'll do 280 knots on the descent. And then we'll execute that, and then once we're ready to descend, we'll do that. So now that we slowed it down, our top of descent is actually a little bit... Oh no, it's about the same place. Okay, cool. And we'll give it another heading sync. I didn't do that on the last turn. Cool. Alright, that's 40 miles, so let's go ahead and begin our descent. And it'll begin 1,000 foot per minute descent. You know what? I once again forgot to preset the altitude. The one thing I missed. So let's go ahead and reset VNAV. And that'll begin our descent for us. There it is. Auto ATC. Cross Tinder at or below flight level 230. No separation services provided. So where is Tinder? Oh, Tinder's up here. 230 or below. Oh, so it's what is prescribed on the arrival chart. Okay. Cool. So that's already programmed. We don't have to worry about that. It's kind of nice that Auto ATC kind of gives you an idea of where you should be as far as like your descent. That way when no controller's online, and if you don't have VNAV, or VNAV for whatever reason isn't working, you have something to go off of to help you plan your descent better. I do enjoy that. And it gives you a squawk code to start your flight when you spawn into an airport with 0 ATC. So you have a squawk code and you tune into a center, and they won't ask you to redo your squawk or recycle your squawk. So we're just going to put the altitude down to 3,000 for now, because that's where we're going to intercept the ILS. The VNAV is going to keep us within our altitude restrictions even at the very end of the arrival. Then once we cross that point, it'll descend us down to 3,000. If not, we'll always go into vertical speed mode, get ourselves down to 3,000, and then get a 30-degree intercept on, I already forgot the name of the waypoint, Jelly. I don't know how I forgot that. Now again, when you're doing instruments, don't ever go below minimums prescribed on the chart unless you are certified to do so. But this is a simulator and I want to see if I can do it, so we're gonna do some wild stuff today, but I never ever advise it. Now it does seem like we have kind of a cloud layer or something kind of developing up here, so maybe we will run into that IFR weather that current METARs are reporting. Maybe not. I do know that the flight sim, at least 2020 anyway, can be... I'm not sure if it's like behind on weather, if live weather is kind of like a couple of hours in the past, but we'll have to find out when we get there. Kind of excited to see what it is. Alright, so the weather at Detroit did just update. We are looking at an altimeter of 3021. So we'll go ahead and have that on standby for when we get lower than 18,000 feet. And another thing too is the visibility actually just increased by a 1/16 of a mile. So we're looking at an 1/8 statute mile of visibility. RVR for runway 3 right is 1,600 to 1,800 feet. So the RVR kind of downgraded for the runway, but the overall visibility upgraded. The METAR is saying that the tower visibility is a 4th statute mile, so it's even better at the tower. So this fog that's going on seems to be increasingly worse when you get closer to the ground. So let's see what it turns out to be. Alright, so we are intercepting our VNAV profile now. So we'll go ahead and advise the flight attendants that we are on our final descent. And then we'll watch it closely. And then once this turn completes, we'll get a nice heading sync. Now it does kind of look like over here, some lighting from the city is hitting some clouds here, so I'm thinking we might actually have some visibility issues when we start getting on our approach. We'll do a quick outside view just to see the beauty. It looks like the western part of Michigan is looking pretty clear, but it does appear that the weather is starting to deteriorate the further east we go. So that's pretty cool. Wing inspection, making sure we got no icing, looking good there. Alright, Auto ATC gave us another one. Cleveland Center advises, descend via the Rock City 2 arrival. The metro altimeter is 3021, which we have set. And again, no separation services are provided. So we are looking really good to go. Part of me feels like we're just barely going to make it to flight level 230 by the time we reach tender. So we want to be between 210 and 230. It looks like we're just making it right on time. Yeah, right on the money. Alright, cool. So the VNAV does know what it's doing. I like to see that. I'm just going to verify minimums, ILS frequency, approach course is all set on both sides. VREF, we're good for this approach. Yeah, I don't know, I feel like I'm seeing some ground contact actually over here underneath whatever layer of cloud this is, so visibility may not match what it is currently reporting. Alright, so we're coming up on 10,000 feet, so just so we're a little bit ahead of time on it, landing lights are coming on, runway turn off, lights are coming on. Wing inspection can stay on as we start getting into the clouds, and then I'm going to put myself on a really long downwind after we cross valley, and then we'll vector ourselves around on a long traffic pattern to get to runway 4 right. And yeah, we'll intercept the ILS at Jelly from there. Alright, we're coming up on Valley there, and again we'll make a turn out to do a long downwind, vector ourselves towards the ILS, intercept the ILS at Jelly at 3,000 feet, and bring ourselves into Detroit. And it looks like we might actually have some pretty crummy weather. These are the clouds. I don't know how low they go, but we'll find out as we descend and get towards the ground. And what I might actually do is keep us at 6,000 until we, you know, become aligned with the midfield downwind, and then descend down to 3,000 from there to intercept Jelly, just so we're not getting too aggressively low too far from the airport. Alright, so we're coming up parallel to Jelly here. So we're going to go about a mile out from Jelly. Well, yeah, we can still see it. We'll just go about a mile out, and then we'll give ourselves a 90-degree vector towards Jelly. And then when we get about a mile from Jelly, make a turn as necessary to be able to make a 30-degree intercept for the ILS. Arm the approach, and we'll make our way into Detroit Metro Wayne. Alright, so we're going to go ahead, and since we're 200 knots, we're going to go flaps 1. And we'll give ourselves that 90-degree vector now. And if we need to adjust the wind correction as necessary, we will. And it does look like Minneapolis Center is still online as of right now, so there is a chance that we may actually get some ATC for our arrival into back into Minneapolis for a return flight, so that's kind of nice. We'll see if it happens, but so we want to keep our heading mode with a wind correction angle so we get more of that 90 degree that we're looking for, which right about here looks good. Go ahead and slow down to 190 knots so we can go flaps 5. Okay, we'll go flaps 5 now. We're still maintaining about 3,000, which is good. We'll intercept Jelly at 3,000. So I'm going to begin the turn just under this 2.5 mile mark right here, and that should give us relatively 30 degrees on course. And we do look like we're going into some stuff here, so maybe Microsoft Flight Sim 2020 is doing alright with the weather. The live weather, maybe it's not as behind as I originally thought it was. So we'll give ourselves a 070 heading here. That looks to be roughly about the 30 degree angle we're looking for. And then once we level out, I will arm the approach mode. Alright, we're level, approach mode's getting armed. Now that approach mode is armed and active, we'll throw on Command B for the autopilot. And then once we intercept that localizer, we'll slow down to 180 knots. And then once we intercept that glide path, we will drop the landing gear. Detroit traffic, Delta 1476, 10 mile, 10 mile final, runway 4 right, Detroit. That was a little bit late of a 10 mile call, but we'll just roll with it. Alright, glide slope is being intercepted, gears coming down. Alright, so we have 3 greens, we're going flaps 15. And we'll slow down to 160 knots. And we'll make an actual 5 mile call. Detroit traffic, Delta 1476, 5 mile final, runway 4 right, Detroit. Alright, so the winds are starting to calm down a little bit towards the ground. 15 knots, also pretty much down the pipe. This is indicating a tailwind, which is really interesting. But I mean, the winds in real life are favoring 4 right for the most part, so we'll just roll with it for now. Alright, we'll slow down to 150, we'll get flaps 25. then flaps 30, and we will go 140. Detroit traffic, Delta 1476, 3 mile final, runway 4 right, final call, Detroit. Alright. So yeah, we do have some low visibility here, so it's going to be really interesting to see when we see the runway. I'm going to watch the altitude very closely. We're going to get our auto brakes set to 3. Arm the speed brake.
500.
Are they still on? Oh my goodness. This whole time I've had the speed brakes on. That is... This flight is not going as well as I anticipated. Oops.
300.
So... Is it armed now? No. Okay, now it's armed.
200.
So this would have been the minimums for the actual approach.
Approaching minimum.
Alright, I do have runway lighting in sight.
100.
Auto throttle's coming off.
Minimums.
Okay.
30. 20. 10.
Alright, not a terrible landing. Ooh, a little bit of frame drops though, which didn't really help us very much. We're still getting frame drops, probably because of the weather. Alright, 60 knots, reversers are coming off. We'll take over manual braking now. Auto brakes are going to off. And then we will keep ourselves rolling down the runway until our next high-speed exit. We are going to exit to the right side. So yeah, the VATSIM 2020 live weather is, it seems like it's starting to match, which is good. Looks like we're still getting a little bit of frame drops here, though. That's pretty interesting. Cool. And we'll make the right turn on Yankee, and we'll take Yankee uniform to the gate. And we'll clean up our flaps. Detroit traffic, Delta 1476, clear runway 4 right, taking Yankee uniform to gate Alpha 1818, Detroit. God, the visibility is so low. This is really interesting. Kind of fun, not gonna lie. Alright, so we're clear of the runway, so landing lights are coming off, taxi lights are on, turn off lights are off, I mean. Strobes are coming off, wing inspection lights can come off. Since we're on the ground, we'll turn our wing de-icing or anti-ice off. Go ahead and start our APU while we're on the taxiway. Alright, so we're clear of the runway. Probably should have announced a crossing, that's my bad. So we're making the left turn on uniform, and then uniform should lead us to the terminal. We should see something over here. So this first right turn is definitely going to lead us to the first concourse, which is not what we're looking for. Yeah, so we're going to pass this first concourse over here. I have all my airport diagrams and all that on 4 flights since Navigraph is not in my budget currently. Alright, so this next right turn is taking us to the other side of this first terminal, so then we'll take our next right turn, and that should take us to the terminal that we want. Or maybe this right turn right here? Nope, definitely this right turn. So that's leading us on a diagonal that I do not think we want to be on. Nope, I do not believe so. Oh, you know what? There's a median here. I turned too early. Low vis is really something else. Maybe we can cut across. If not, we'll just park at whatever gate we need to park at. This visibility is something brand new. Alright, so it does not appear that we're going to get... Oh, you know what? Maybe this is the terminal I'm looking for and we're on the wrong side. Alright, you know what? We're just going to go ahead and turn into this first gate right here. We'll try and make the line. As best as we possibly can. We're going really fast. Alright, good enough for me. Ooh, we're really close to that building. Oops. Oh well. Go ahead and set the parking brake. APU gen's coming on. We'll go ahead and turn the engine anti-ice off. Engine ignition switches to off. Taxi light can come off. We'll go ahead and cut off the fuel. We're under 20% N2, so the beacon's coming off. Yaw damper can come off. We'll turn off the fuel pumps except for the left forward. We'll go ahead to APU gen. We have a positive charge. That looks good. Seatbelt signs can come off now that we're stopped. Probe heats can come off. B's on the hydraulics can come off. We'll go ahead and put the APU bleed on for the packs. Open the isolation valve. And we are set for a turnaround. Alright. So now, what I'm going to do is throw to the B right back screen, and we will go ahead and get ready for our departure out of here. First, actually, you know what I should do is set up, place some chocks, try and get the jet bridge over here. Oh, it does look like it's going to reach, okay. Cool. Alright, so the jet bridge is going to reach. And we are in a turnaround state. Alright, dome light's going dim. Just going to verify everything is exactly where I want it. Alright, sweet. Alright, so we're going to throw to the B right back screen. I'm going to set up for the next flight, and then we will make our return back to MSP from Detroit. Very extreme low visibility takeoff, so this should be fun. Since the weather is so bad, can be rather dangerous. So what we're going to do is we're just going to thoroughly make sure that everything that I do is a lot better than what I did out of MSP, especially since we can't see. Alright, so I will be back, and we will make the return flight. Alright, so we got our flight plan filed, and we are going to get our turnaround state going. Flight plan is filed, we have the OFP, we're signed into VATSIM under our new call sign, which is Delta 1325, and yep, everything looks fantastic. Alright, so we'll go to our aero overhead panel, just make sure everything's in the state that we want. Yaw dampers off for now, just the left forward pump, APU generator, fasten seatbelt signs. We are now loading passengers, so we'll turn that back on. Probe heats are off, window heat is on, anti-ice can stay off for now. Hydraulics A's are on, B's are off. We already tested the voice recorder. Everything is in the proper position. The only thing is now our cruise altitude for the day is flight level 380, and the landing elevation is 742. Or I'm sorry, it's 842. So we're going to tune in 850 for the landing altitude. And this all looks good. Gonna double check all the warnings. And the flap light. Passenger oxygen guard is closed. Lights are extinguished for the engines up here. Everything looks fantastic. Alright. Gonna double check radio panels. We want 135.0, that's Detroit CTAF. 122.8 is on standby because that's the en route. Unicom frequency. We did get a new squawk code by Auto ATC, so we'll go ahead and throw that in. Auto ATC gave us 2554. Okay, 2554 is set. We are takeoff, or I'm sorry, not takeoff, traffic advisory and resolution authority. So that's good. Everything on the throttle quadrant looks just the way we want it. So let's go to the FMC. Our reference airport is Kilo Delta Tango Whiskey, and our IRS position is already set, so that's good. We'll go to route. KDTW is preloaded for us. That's our origin. Kilo Mike Sierra Papa KMSP for our destination. Our flight number this time is Delta 1325. So flight number is going there. Excellent. Departure DTW. I'm going to double check the winds here, make sure there's still favoring for right. Okay, so now the winds are 150, so that's more favoring the opposite direction, but only about 10 degrees, but the wind is only 5 knots, so just to keep our orientation and get back to where we started, we'll go ahead and use for right again. Just because the visibility is extremely low and we want to keep ourselves oriented properly. So I'm going to go back to procedure, airport to diagram, and I do believe we are at that terminal right there, the south terminal. Okay, cool. And since tower is not, since there's no ATC online, we'll just kind of try and work ourselves back. So we don't get lost, we'll go ahead and take the same routes that we did to the gate, but backwards to get back to the runway. So we're going with the MIGI 3 departure. MIGI 2. Again, I don't have Navigraph, so my AirRack data is kind of out of date, but it looks like we have the same transition here, so we'll run with that. We will take off runway 4 right, so our departure procedure and runway is loaded. We'll go to next page, see if there's anything in between. So we are taking in, so we have no waypoints or anything between our departure procedure and our arrival procedures, but we do have an airway. So what we're going to do is we're going to put in the airway, Quebec 440, put it here, and we're going to Idiom, which is also the beginning of the Muscle 3 arrival. So we'll execute that, we'll go to our arrival, And then what this should do for us is, since Idiom is the waypoint we're taking an airway to, and it's the beginning of our arrival, it should eliminate any discontinuities. We'll double check, but we'll just verify. We're expecting 1-2 right, and again we'll expect vectors to run 1-2 right. So now, go to the route page, make sure it looks good. That is looking good to me. Legs page, verify no discontinuities, and there is none. Idiom seems to be transitioning straight into the arrival. Make sure there's no discontinuities to the ILS. There is not. Excellent. So let's do our performance init page. Gross weight, our ramp weight right now is 140.3. So we'll do that. Zero fuel weight is 125.1. Yes, that's correct. That took me a while to find, but we're good. Cool. Alright, reserves, it's looking like it's given us 4.9. So 4.9. Our cost index for this flight is 26. We're cruising at flight level 380. And then our top of climb winds for this flight is 270 at 65. So we'll throw that in there. Cool. We'll execute that performance. N1 limit, 96.6 seems fair enough. We'll do a flaps 5 takeoff, and our V speeds are in. V2 plus 10, so 146. So we'll go ahead and throw 160 in our speed bug again. Alright, so our takeoff data is set. Climb, cruise. Okay. Everything looks exactly the way I want it. Alright, let's get ready for pushback. So we'll throw our fuel pumps on, verify we have nothing in the center tank. We do not. That's good. Throw this to Gen 1 for when our engine starts. Passenger seatbelt signs are on. Hydraulics can stay off for now. We'll go ahead and turn the packs off for engine start. Throw the anti-collision light on. We'll go back to the FMC menu, FS Actions. We will close the door first. Closing. Alright, door's closed. We will remove the jetway and verify that it's going away. It is. Cool. And then we will get ourselves to the pushback page. We're going to do a standard L, and we want the nose to face the right this time because we're going to backtrack the way that we came in. Alright. I like it, I like it. Alright. Real quick, we're going to set the autopilot. We're going to go straight to our cruise. The departure does have altitude restrictions, but I looked at the legs page and those restrictions are there, so I'm not too worried about this aircraft not following him. Our heading is 036 because that was runway heading. That's fine for now. So autopilot is set. We're good on pushback, it looks like, so let's go ahead and initiate that pushback. And the brakes are actually on this time. Love to see it. Give ourselves a tug, and we'll start pushback.
Start to ground. Go ahead. We've been cleared for pushback and start. They want the tail to our left. Roger that. Ready to push. Tail to the left. Park brakes off.
We'll also recycle our flight directors. Definitely want to make sure those recycle.
Brakes released. Brakes released. Here we go.
Give ourselves some distance. Alright, I think that's distance enough. We'll go ahead and throw the engine number 2 ignition on. N2's climbing. Oil pressure's climbing. That's 25% N2. Introducing fuel. Get more bass for the engine start. I love the sound of that. Oil temp's rising, oil pressure's coming up with it, EGT's rising. Set the parking brake for the pushback.
Brake set. Steering pin is pulled. Watch for the salute and release from guidance on your right. And good flight.
It's going to be a very low vis takeoff. I am actually quite excited for that. Alright, engine 2 has a good start. We'll go ahead, engine number 1, ignition on ground. N2's rising. Oil pressure's rising. Alright, 25% introduce fuel. EGT's climbing, oil pressure is now climbing. Alright, 2 good engine starts. Excellent. Alright, yacht amper's coming on. Fuel pumps are on. Engine generators are on. Go ahead and double check, fasten seatbelts, good. Probe heats are coming on. Hydraulics can all come on. What temperature are we at here? We're 5 above freezing, so... You know what? We're close enough and we're going to be climbing, so I'm just going to go ahead and throw the engine anti-ice on. We have plenty of runway as well to do so. Alright, both lights dimmed, so our anti-ice is working. Packs can go to auto. ISOL valve auto. APU bleeds coming off. APU is coming off. Flaps are going to 5. Auto brake. RTO. And we'll do another flight control check. Right aileron up, left down. Left aileron up, right down. Elevator forward. Elevator back. And rudder check. Flight controls free and correct. Love to see it. Alright. So we're ready to taxi. We'll go ahead and flip the taxi light on. And the fog, of course, is making it very bright as far as the taxi light's concerned. What we're going to do is we're going to go to this outer taxiway over here, because since I can't see, I want to make sure I don't hit anything, whether it's another plane or a piece of the building or whatever. But other than that, we're good. Detroit traffic, Delta 1325 is at the south terminal. Going to be taking uniform Yankee to runway 4 right, Detroit. Sweet, we're ready for taxi, and let's hope we find ourselves quite nicely. And before I forget, flight directors will come on. Let's go ahead and pre-select, heading select, level change. And again, we'll take this outer taxiway just so we don't hit anything. This taxiway looks like it's really close to this terminal over here, so I don't want to present any collision hazards. And again, we're basically reversing our taxi to the gate just so we don't get lost, because this visibility is wildly garbage. So let's go ahead and turn onto this taxiway. This taxiway is going to lead us to uniform, as this is stating right here. So that first left turn is uniform 8, which is not what we want. We want uniform. I stand corrected. That taxi sign was a little bit confusing to me. Shouldn't have been, but it was. But we're on uniform as confirmed by this taxi sign right here, so we're just going to go with it. Alright. Now to find Yankee. That's Quebec to our left side, not really sure. Quebec isn't specified on the airport diagram. There's too much going on at the terminal. I bet you this is all a non-movement area anyway. Okay, so this first taxiway to our left is Kilo, so we're going to go one more. And now this left turn is going to be Yankee. And then we'll take Yankee all the way down to the end for runway 4 right. So I feel like I'm a little less lost getting out of here than I was trying to find my gate. And this taxiway sign coming up right here is confirming we're on Yankee, so we're in pretty good shape. We're going to keep the taxi a little bit on the slower side, just so we don't miss anything. And I'm going to double check ATC's status real quick. And Minneapolis Center is still online. I like to see that. Okay. Alright, so we're going to see which taxiway is our next right turn so we can confirm where on the taxi we are. It does seem like there's a big gap from here to the next one, so if I'm correct, the next right turn should be Romeo. And then after Romeo, we should only have one right turn to skip, and then Yankee 1 we will make a right on, and we will be on 4 right. And then just to verify we're on 4 right, we're going to confirm with our heading indicator. Okay, yeah, so this right turn is Romeo, so we're going to have a little bit of space between Romeo and Yankee 2, and then Yankee 1 is going to come relatively shortly after Yankee 2, and we'll make our right turn to runway 4 right. There's only one time I've ever landed at an airport with visibility that was almost this garbage, and I did a VATSIM flight to New Orleans with a Vision Jet, and you know, just because it's a sim and I wanted to see if I can make it, I you know, skipped, went past minimums just to see if I could do it, and I did. So this is Yankee 2. Interesting. You know what? Oh, I see. Well, we can take off from Yankee 2. Yep. I was thinking that Yankee continued down to Yankee 1, but that's actually not the case. I had to zoom in on the airport diagram to see that there's a gap between Yankee 2 and Yankee 1. You would have to make a left turn onto Kilo, and then from Kilo turn right onto Yankee 1. So we're just going to take off from Yankee 2, because that still leaves us with about 11,000, maybe 10,000 feet of runway, and that's plenty for this 737 to take off. So before I get ready for takeoff, I'm just going to load up my departure real quick. Okay. And we will prepare for takeoff. Yeah, dampers on, generators on, seatbelt signs are on, looking good. I just double check everything to make sure we're good to go. So wing inspection is going to come on because I'm expecting possible icing very quickly in the climb. Landing lights on, runway turn away lights, runway turn off, lights are on. Oh, English is constantly very difficult for me. Alright, so we're configured for takeoff. This sign is telling us 4 right, which is where we want to be. But just to confirm, we're going to go onto the runway and to verify with our heading indicator. Detroit traffic, Delta 1325 is taking runway 4 right, departing via the Kalin 3 departure, Detroit. Alright, we'll go ahead and arm auto throttle. And actually, I'm going to put it on LNAV mode, just because we have a departure procedure that we're following. Alright, so the heading indicator seems to be lining up. We do see the 4 right indicator on the runway, so we are on the correct runway. Alright, engines are going to 40%. Engines are stable. And we're takeoff power.
Airspeed's alive.
And this is pretty terrifying to look at.
80 knots.
Cross check.
V1. Rotate. V2. Positive
Alright.
rate of climb.
Gear up. Alright, we are full instruments. 20 degrees nose up. We are going very nose up right now, so we'll come back down to get our speed back. Alright, autopilot's coming on. N1, level change mode. Actually, we'll go VNAV. We're ready for VNAV, we're high enough. Alright, this departure did go nicely. Much better than the last. Oh, we're still getting some frame drops. Okay, flaps 1. The gear's up, so auto brake is going to off. Gear lever can go to off as well, if it wants to do so with all the lag, and flaps are coming all the way up. Alright, it does seem like our frames are sort of starting to come back. It might have been beneficial to reload the sim. I probably should have done that. Alright, we'll go ahead and heading sync. Alright, so we're getting on top of the fog layer. Alright, VNAV is doing its job. We're leveling off at 7,000 because we need to be at 7,000 or below by Lou. And I do think we're getting our frames back, so maybe it's something to do with either the Detroit area or maybe just the really bad weather that is in the Detroit area. But either way, we're out of the lag, which is good. Hopefully... Oh, I got a wooden chair next to me. We'll knock on wood. Alright, we'll go ahead and zoom out to see more of the departure. And then... I see. So the departure procedure, the one that's up to date, has different waypoints. Yeah, completely different waypoints attached to it. Yeah, okay. So none of these names that we're seeing on our legs page right now are actually on the current departure procedure. That's kind of the important part about being current on your AirX cycle. So under 7,000 was pretty much correct. It's not the correct waypoint, but under 7,000. But then on the departure procedure, you want to go 9,000 or below on Doge. And then after Doge, you can probably climb up to your cruise altitude. So the departure procedure does want us to maintain 280 knots until advised, and we don't have ATC to advise us, but I would prefer to keep it at the 280 knots that the departure procedure is requesting. Alright, we're above 10,000 feet, so we'll go ahead, advise the flight attendants. Landing lights can come off, runway turn off, taxi lights are all off. Just going to check the ATC status again. Oh, Minneapolis Center is online, but it's a different controller. Okay. And it's a guy that usually stays on for a while, so maybe we will get some ATC along our arrival. Okay, so looking at the VATSIM tracker, the departure that we followed, the old one that is no longer current, it has us going much more directly to the west than... I'm sorry, the one that... I already forgot what I said, but the one that is current is going more to the west, more of a straight west departure. This one seems to have us going northwest a little bit, and then... Yeah, okay. That's fun. Boy, I hope I get myself some Navigraph for Christmas. As a real life pilot, not having this stuff up to date is it's not fun to me. It's a little concerning. Don't want it to accidentally form bad habits. But you do what you gotta do when you can't afford things for your flight sim. Alright, so we're going to heading sync again. Cool. Alright, so now we're out of the Detroit area, so we're going to go to the en route Unicom frequency, which is 122.8, and Minneapolis Center is 133.4, so we're going to have that on standby. And verify it's correct, because the radio panel that I have doesn't have the third number in after the decimal, so I have to make sure that it says 400 and not 405. I've kind of figured out how it works without looking at it, but I always just like to verify. Alright, we're in the flight levels now, so we're going standard pressure. Much better departure. I do not know what happened in Minneapolis, but I feel like we made a decent recovery out of that. Alright, so we're climbing at 280. We're going straight up to flight level 380, which is our cruise. Yeah, in the current departure, you definitely don't have as many turns as the old one. But when it comes to flying on VATSIM, I'm very careful to see who's online and who's not, first off. But second off, you know, if it's if no one's online, I'll go with out-of-date charts. That's fine. But the most important thing is Minneapolis Center was online when we left. Cleveland Center was not. Same thing. Cleveland Center is not online on our return flight, but Minneapolis is. So the Detroit chart is out of date, but the Minneapolis one is still current. It's still the Muscle 3, so nothing has changed. So our FMC, our database within this aircraft, has the proper data attached. So we'll be good for our arrival into Minneapolis. And now we're just monitoring the climb. Engine gauges are all good. Just sit back and relax and just monitor. And our cruise will definitely come a little bit on the earlier side. 280, I believe, is the best rate of climb for the 737. I'm not sure. That's just what I've gathered from personal, you know, research, watching people's videos and whatnot. Alright, so now I'm just going to double check the cruise speed that our VNAV has us set for. We're set for 0.793. Again, we'll just see how close to the overspeed that is. If it's closer than I like it, I'll knock it down to 0.78. Just so we keep the aircraft in good condition. Just in case, for whatever reason, the air becomes not smooth, you want to give yourself a little bit of distance from that overspeed line. And we are fighting a headwind on the way back, so our cruise is going to be a little bit longer on the way back than it was going to Detroit. We'll reset. There we go. Saw that our minimums were still showing up, and I was like, wait a minute, we're in our climb now, that's old. So the reset button does turn that off. That's good. Good to know. Just figured that out right now. But you know what they say, you never stop learning. Okay, looks like we're about 40 miles from top of climb. Yep, 40 miles. Good. We are starting to get to the end of our departure, so I'm going to load up the arrival into MSP. So Minneapolis is also going to be a really interesting approach. We do have an overcast at 500 feet, visibility 6 miles, so the visibility is not going to be much of an issue. Light drizzle and mist, so we're also dealing with 1 degree Celsius and a 0 dew point, so because it's 1 degree Celsius, we can expect some potential icing as we start getting towards the airport. But 500 foot overcast, so we should we'll be able to do, you know, the proper minimums for this approach, which I'm kind of happy about. It was fun to break those minimums just to see if we could land in Detroit, and we made it, but it was scary. But now it's a little more realistic. You can follow the approach down to minimums, the proper minimums, and do so accordingly. So the weather's going to be fun, but a little less aggressive at MSP. Let's go ahead and load up the arrival. We are going to be on the Muscle 3. Excellent. Yeah, 0.79 is a little close to the overspeed limit for my taste. So we're going to go 0.78 on the cruise. We'll allow it for the climb. We're not experiencing any rough air, but if we were to experience rough air, I would pull that speed back immediately. And we're getting pretty high up there, so our climb rate is slowing down significantly. But we're almost there. And we do have a relatively extensive cruise. We got about, it's probably about a 240 mile cruise, relatively. And with a 65 to 70 knot headwind, we'll get some decent time to chill out and experience a nice flight. The air does appear smooth, so seatbelt signs will come off and will allow people to move about the cabin. A 1,000 to go. And we do appear to be entering Minneapolis Center airspace. Just refresh the page, verify they're still online. They are. Okay. So we'll switch over to 133.4. Alright, we're coming up on cruise. Well, we pretty much are at cruise. Seatbelt signs are coming off. We have smooth air. We're negative 36 degrees Celsius, so engine anti-ice can come off. And the ignition switches to off, and we will give Minneapolis Center a call. Minneapolis Center, good evening. Delta 1325, flight level 380. And while we're awaiting a response. So we are the only aircraft in Minneapolis airspace. There are 2 flight plans filed out of Minneapolis, but we don't have anyone else that's in the air within the border. So we'll give it a couple more seconds and see. Or you know what, I might just be dumb. Yes, I am. I had my V-pilot muted so the alarms didn't go off while I was trying to set everything up. In Minneapolis Center, Delta 1325, I apologize, I was having volume issues. Just wanted to verify you got my call.
Delta 1325, Minneapolis Center. Yeah, I'm closing up. You might not have heard me if you had audio troubles, but I said that as soon as the last aircraft lands at Minneapolis, I'm closing. So frequency change approved. Have a good night.
Okay, I'm sorry about that, Delta 1325. You have a good night, sir. Alright, so they're signing off anyway, so I guess it's back to 1228. Just when I thought this return flight was going to be flawless, it for sure was not. Well, but now we are in cruise. Have a minute to compose ourselves, and we'll be good. Kind of unfortunate he's closing up after the last aircraft lands. I don't know who's landing. Oh, maybe that was... Okay, there is a guy that did just land at MSP, so that must be what he was talking about. Unfortunate. Oh well. He was on for a good 2 hours. That's plenty for any controller. Alright, well, in that case, we're on 122.8. And... yeah. Sit back and relax and enjoy the flight. Alright, so our descent is coming up in about 20 miles. You know what, actually, I'm going to descend when top of descent comes to 20 miles, because on this arrival, if I do my normal begin descending 40 miles before top of descent, you actually wind up meeting up with an altitude restriction. So what I'm actually going to do is wait until 20 miles out and see if that gives us enough of a buffer as far as the descent's concerned. But ATC is offline, still offline, so we're going to land on runway 12 left. Pull up the chart real quick. Oh, nope, sorry, that's the wrong runway. For some reason, my brain really wants to go to 12 right. Alright, ILS localizer 12 left. Okay, so. Oh. It looks like the frequency is 110.7, which I seem to already have in there. And that is because it's the same as the ILS 4 right in Detroit. Okay. Very unique situation right there. Alright, so 12 left, 110.7. Verifying that's in both nav1 and nav2. That it is. Approach course is 121, so we'll go ahead and set that in the autopilot. Approach course 121. Alright, so runway landing distance available is 7,620, which is plenty for us. Touchdown zone elevation 841, airport elevation 842. Simultaneous approach authorized with runway 12 right. For ANOP ALS, we don't require that. Category E, we are not that category, so we're good there. For the localizer to left, category C and D, visibility to RVR 5500, but we're not doing the localizer, we're doing the ILS. DME or radar required. We have GPS, so that counts as DME. We have ALSIF 2 lighting. Missed approach is going to be climbed to 1,300s on runway heading, and then a climbing left turn to 3,000 on the MSP VOR DME radial 096 to Kanak intersection, which is the MSP 13.1 DME, and hold. Okay. So we're probably going to get the final approach fix since we didn't start our ILS on the FMC. We selected vectors, so it's probably going to be to Washi, so we want to be at Washi at or above 3,000, and then we'll descend down to 1041, which is our ILS 12 left minimums. So everything is looking really good. Okay, so our minimums are 1041, so we'll go ahead and put that in our PFD. Alright, we're about 10 miles to our descent, so fasten seatbelt signs are coming on. And then we got 1041 for our minimums, and then we'll go to the approach performance page. Flaps 30, our VREF is 143, so let's do that, 30/143. And we have a VREF speed, alright. And our descent will begin shortly, so let's go to the descent page on our FMC. We'll go Mach 0.78, and then once we get airspeed, we'll reduce down to 280 because that's what is on the chart restrictions for the Muscle 3. Go ahead and resync our heading again. So we're waiting for the top of descent to hit that 20-mile mark. And again, I always do this early just because for some reason the aircraft, if you descend at the top of descent, this aircraft seems to struggle with keeping below 250 under 10,000. Although, when we were coming into Detroit, the plane was still relatively fast, so we had to throw in drag anyway, but we do what we can to ensure to the best of our ability to not bust that speed limit. So now we're descending. Oh my goodness, I did it again. Oh, I am a mess. Alright. Reset VNav. You know what's funny is I thought about doing this right away as soon as I started the descent and approach info, but I forgot it anyway. Forgot to set my altitude before hitting VNav mode. Or before, you know, doing the descend now option. Ugh. You think I would have that by now? Alright. So we're descending at Mach 0.78, and then once we intercept the 280 knot mark, we'll probably hold 280 knots from there. We have our approach course set, our approach information is in, and we're looking good. Zoom out a little bit. Okay. Just gonna go to the plan page here. Go to legs, next page. Go back to the arrival, just make sure I have this correct. So the arrival, muscle 3. So we're landing 1-2 left. So we want to end at Cozy, but it seems like for some reason because we selected 1-2 right, is that the problem? Yes, it is. Alright, we're landing 1-2 left. So we'll throw that in there. And then we are direct German. So we'll take German right here, copy it, put to the previous page, put it up top, and then execute. There we go. Alright. So now, let's make sure we have, so we had the wrong runway loaded into our arrival page, so it had us going to the 1-2 right transition on this arrival, but we can go here, fix it, but you know, before you execute it, you want to make sure that if you are already partially on the arrival and you've passed a couple waypoints, you scroll through, you copy the waypoint you're direct to, and bring it to the top before you execute it, or you're going to have a lot of interesting things happen with your autopilot. So we did that correctly. We're direct German. Now we're just going to verify. Alright, now we're exactly where we should be to land on 1-2 left. Excellent. Our descent info is proper, and we'll go back to the legs page. We'll get off of the plan page and go back to map. We'll leave it on an 80-mile zoom for now. Okay, so we're on our VNAV profile already. So waiting to descend could have been a mistake. We might wind up going a little too fast under 10,000 again anyway. I'm not sure. We'll just monitor the speed, and if we need drag, we'll put in drag. Anyway, Minneapolis CTAP is 126.7. Excuse me. So 126.7, we'll get that on standby. That way it's ready to go. Verify it's 1700, which it is. Looks good. Alright. And we will monitor what our descent is doing until we need to take further action. So I got a little bit curious and just wanted to see what the CATs 2 and 3 approaches looked like for runway 4 right at Detroit, seeing as how the weather was so poor. And the CAT 3 minimums are just simply an RVR runway visual range of, it looks like, 600 feet. So that is pretty low. So there's no actual decision, you know, altitude or decision height, and it's just an RVR. So Cat 3 is a very low minimum, you know, landing, and a special aircrew and aircraft certification is required for it. Now, I don't fly airliners in real life yet, so I don't really know the standards behind the category Cat 2 and Cat 3 landings, but the only thing that I understand is Autoland is not permitted in the US as far as I know. So Autoland, I believe, is if you're doing a Cat 3B, but I think if you do a Cat 3A, that's within regulations in the US. I'm not 100% sure. Because there is a Cat 3 approach procedure into Detroit. So Cat 3A I feel like for sure would be allowed. And maybe Cat 3B is where auto landing comes into play. So that's really interesting. So pretending that we were certified to do that landing, we were within regulations. We didn't bust minimums. RVR was really garbage. It definitely felt less than the 1,800 feet that the METAR was reporting. But, you know, RVR for a Cat 3 landing on 4 right in Detroit is just an RVR of 600. So we were within standards. But in real life, I'm certainly not certified to do a Cat 3 landing, and I don't know about the aircraft itself. I don't know enough about the 737 to even know how to perform that kind of landing, but we made it, and it wasn't the worst landing in the world. So just a little bit of somewhat useless information for you while we're on our descent into Minneapolis, but I got curious and I had to look into it and wanted to share what I found. Alright, so the airplane did something. It pulled back on power, it's slowing down. Our descent rate seems to have increased as we're passing a certain altitude restriction. So, I'm going to advise the flight attendants that we are on our final descent. Our wing lights, well, they have been on. I should have had the engine anti-ice on as well when I started the descent, but I didn't, so good job to myself. Engine ignition to continuous. We'll go ahead and flip those engine anti-ices on now. And the lights illuminated, they dimmed, so they are working. Oh, now we are changing heading. So we will keep the heading sync aligned. Looks like we got a little bit of a wind correction angle to put in there, so we'll try and account for that, but when we roll out we'll adjust the heading knob on the autopilot as needed. Oh, I was so close. 1 degree off. I should have just left it at 255. I actually had it right the first time, but then I moved it again. Right, so everything's looking good on the descent profile. One thing that I probably should do is check the weather. The altimeter is 2982 at Minneapolis, so 2982. We are below flight level 180, so we'll flip it to that altimeter. That puts us a little below our VNAV profile. That's fine. Alright, so the weather overall is holding pretty steady. It's not changing much. We got winds 190 at 8, so definitely favoring 1-2s. 6 miles of visibility still. We got mist still, and also still a 500-foot overcast. The temperature and the dew point both did increase a degree, 2 degrees Celsius, and the dew point is 1 Celsius, so seems like it's getting a little bit warmer. But we still have a 500-foot overcast, so we're gonna watch that closely as we descend into Minneapolis and shoot our approach. And I may not have Navigraph, but I do have ForeFlight, which is very handy. Love it. Definitely an excellent tool for any and every pilot out there. And apparently there is a way to hook up your ForeFlight to your flight sim, but I hear it's really difficult to alternate between the flight sim and real flying. So if you like flying the sim but you're also a real pilot, I personally wouldn't recommend using ForeFlight and attaching it to your sim, because then you have to attach it and detach it every time, because I don't think it works properly if you don't take it off of your sim mode. That's just what I'm told, but since I don't have Navigraph, I just kind of pull my charts up and all that on the side. Doesn't quite align with what's loaded into this FMC because I haven't been able to purchase Navigraph, but at the very minimum, we can still rock the approach plates as if they were current, even if they're not in the sim. For now, anyway. The only way that that wouldn't work so well is if they really made a Jurassic, like dinosaurs, Jurassic change to the approach procedure, like different waypoints, different lead-in radials, or maybe they increase the glide path. Then it wouldn't be so valid, but approaches don't really change that often. RNAVs do more so than ILS and localizers, but okay. The only thing I really get concerned about not having up-to-date nav data in the flight sim is just departures and arrivals, simply because those change a lot. And our departure out of Detroit was significantly different in the sim, since I'm out of date, than what's current on the charts. We actually probably would have been in Minneapolis already had we had the up-to-date procedure. It seemed to be more direct. The one that we followed, because we're out of date, seems to have had a more northerly and go-around type turning and course. So alright, so vectors do have us going to Hamel. So since it's starting at Hamel, you want to be at or above 4,000. So what we'll do is we'll go down to 4,000 and stay there until we can vector ourselves and get us aligned with the ILS 12 left. Alright, we're approaching 10,000 feet, landing lights coming on, runway turnoffs coming on, and taxi lights can come on since we're just gonna act like we have landing clearance. And me personally, I just like to use the taxi light to remind myself that I was in fact cleared to land. Just one of those random, not required, but kind of visually helpful aid to remembering what your clearance limits are. Alright, so the plane did a really good job on this arrival, slowing down to 250 before reaching 10,000. I like that. So it looks like not too much drag is going to be required. And then we're going to want to be 230 knots when we get to Camo. And then it says 230 at Cozy, but I think we should go down to 210 so we can slow down a little bit and give ourselves better vectors to Hamel and get on the ILS. Just about right on with the heading sync that time. Let's see what happens. Oh yeah. I think I nailed that one. Alright, so we are close enough to the Minneapolis airport where we can switch to Minneapolis CTAF 126.7. We'll double check the VATSIM tracker, make sure no one's in the immediate area, which they are not. So we'll just make our final approach calls over the radio when we get there. So at this point now I'm going to do a speed intervention and I'm going to slow down to 210 knots. You know what? Let's do that after Cozy. Because Cozy laterally comes before Hamel, so we'll have to go straight past Cozy for a little bit, and then we'll have to make the 90-degree turn and intercept Hamel, so we can actually maintain 230 knots until Cozy, and then once we pass over Cozy, we'll slow to 210 and then get ourselves our vectors to be where we want to be. Kind of seeing some frame drops. I really don't like that. Hopefully that doesn't mess with this landing too much. And one thing that makes this easier is when we make our radio calls, since the field is IFR, there's no VFR traffic, so you don't have to make any, you know, position calls based off of miles. You can just say you're crossing over certain waypoints on the ILS, and because the field's IFR and everyone's has to do an IFR approach, they'll know exactly what you're talking about. And it's a 500-foot overcast, so you're definitely shooting the ILS, not doing any RNAVs, so everyone's going to be on the same approach. Alright, Cozy. Oh, nope. I think we want to keep ourselves a little bit more on track with what our heading after Cozy. Okay. Cool. Alright, let's reduce speed to 210. I'm going to throw this in vertical speed mode now because we're still at about 5,100 and I'd like to be lower. We're going to throw in some speed brakes to help us get down to 210 on the speed. Okay, zoom in a little bit. Alright, so we're going to give ourselves that 90-degree turn. And we're at 4,000, so we should be able to slow down now that the plane is leveling off. We are slowing down. Let's go down to 200 knots. We're going to go flaps 1. I'm trying to determine the heading just to help us with wind correction. Alright, let's go ahead and slow down to 190. We can go flaps 5. And then once we're about that 2.5 miles from the localizer intercept, we'll give ourselves a bit of a 30-degree angle to intercept the localizer. Relatively stable. Alright, we'll do it now. Well, of course. It always winds up going off of the heading I want it. So 160 should do it for us. And then once we roll out, we'll arm approach mode. Alright, approach mode is being armed. Command B is being armed. We are right around that freezing mark, so we might be dealing with some SLD, supercooled liquid droplets, and icing might be an issue. So we'll throw the wing anti-ice on, and we'll slow down to 180. That localizer is now coming in. Our aircraft should turn to intercept that. Okay, I was about to say should, but it's going to, so that's nice. Our glide slope is starting to come in, so once we begin to intercept that, the gear will come down. Alright, we're about to intercept, gear down. Alright, we have 3 greens. Auto brakes are going to 3. We're going to arm the speed brakes. Cool. Oof. Getting some frame drops. I don't know why. Alright, we'll slow down to 165. Flaps 15. Minneapolis traffic, Delta 1325, 7 mile final, 12 left, Minneapolis. Alright, coming up. Slow down to 155. We'll actually do 150, flaps 25. I have ground contact, so the runway should come up just in time. Minneapolis traffic, Delta 1325, 5 mile final, runway 12 left, final call, Minneapolis. I probably shouldn't have said final call because I have to make my taxi calls, but these other VATSIM pilots have gotten me into bad habits. Alright, and we'll go to VREF 143, flaps 30, just so we have control. Alright, we have the runway in sight. Oops. We're going to disarm the auto throttle.
1,000.
And we have visual, so let's take it by hand. It always gives me a traffic alert with every single ILS I shoot. I kind of wonder why. Alright, get some speed back. We're going below VREF. Don't want to do that. Nice stable approach. 2 whites, 2 reds. We're on glide path. We're actually right on it according to the ILS. Now it's slightly below it, so we'll capture it again. Coming back in. catch up on me.
200. Minimums.
Continue. Alright, now we have visual.
100. 50. 30. 20. 10.
Just hold it. Let it drop itself down. Ooh, that was nice and smooth. Don't let that nose slam. Good. 2 in reverse. Auto brakes. Do have a little bit of crosswind in there, but we managed. Alright, reversers are coming off. We're taking over manual braking. And we are stopping in time. Good. Oh, don't stop, don't stop, don't. Ah! I did it again. Oh, the auto brakes never turned off. As soon as I tap on the brake pedals, those auto brakes should have came off, but that's a oop. I'm looking down, not at the taxiway. Cool. Pull up Minneapolis again. Look for the airport diagram. I should probably just keep this up in visual. Alright, so we're taking Papa, Delta, Bravo. Okay. Oof. Minneapolis traffic, Delta 1325 is clear of 1-2 left, taking Papa, Delta, Bravo to gate Golf 1-1, Minneapolis. Alright, speed brakes are coming in. We'll clean up the flaps. Landing lights can come off. Runway turn-off lights can come off. Strobes weren't on? Weird. I don't remember turning those off. Okay, well, wing inspection lights can come off. APU's coming on. Go ahead and wing anti-ice off. We'll throw the engine anti-ice off. Both lights extinguished. We'll take the ignition out of continuous. Alright, and we'll get our taxi to our gate. So we didn't get any frame drops on our landing, which is the most important thing. We did on our descent and part of our approach when we were on the ILS, but when we were actually landing the aircraft, it seems to have stabilized itself. So we'll take that win and be thankful for it. So we're going to the Gulf Concourse, which is on the other side. I landed 1-2 left because that's usually the runway they use for people coming from the north or the north and west. Anyone coming from south, or I'm sorry, not west. We're coming from the east or north. 1-2 left, and then anyone coming from the south or west usually lands 1-2 right. So I'm trying to keep it on procedure. Try and maximize the realism as much as possible. And again, we're going to Golf 11. So we'll make the left turn on Bravo here, and we'll follow Bravo down to our gate. we're taxiing slowly, I'll turn the probe heats off and the yaw damper off. I'm aware, thank you. I'm curious if that's real. This little area that seems to lead to a tunnel of some sort. It might be. I don't know if it is or not, but... Alright, I do believe Golf 11 is right here. That's what I'm hoping for anyway. Unless somehow I accidentally passed it, which I actually do think I passed it. So we might actually be going to Golf 12 right now? No, this is only Golf 4? Oh. I see what I did. I thought this was the first extension, but it's not. It's actually the first building that the golf concourse is on. Oh well, that's fine. I'm not really worried about specific gates right now anyway. This stream was already kind of a travesty. Second line. Alright, right there. We'll go inside, set our parking brake, turn our taxi light off. Normally you do that before blinding the line, guys, but oh, I must have, yeah, I accidentally unset the parking brake. I tapped the rudder pedals. Alright, APU gen is coming on. Sick. We're done moving. Fasten seatbelt signs can come off. We'll go ahead and cut the fuel off. Below 20% N1, beacon's coming off. All the fuel pumps besides left forward. Hydraulic Bs can come off. APU bleed for the packs are coming on. ISOL valve is open. Alright. Let's go ahead and go to menu, FS actions. We'll go ahead and put some chocks on. Get the jetway to come to us. Alright, jetway's attached. Let's go ahead and open the doors and let our passengers off. Alright. Okay, we'll put our transponder back into standby mode. And verify everything's where we want it on the overhead panel, which it is. Turn the engine bleeds off. Cool. Alright, and we'll just leave everything there for now. Alright. So, there you have it. Flight from Minneapolis to Detroit, and then the return from Detroit back to Minneapolis. Little bit of a debrief there. The departure out of Minneapolis was just atrocious from the beginning. It was a very tragic series of events. Started when I taxied and I was thinking I was going to 1-2 left, but I was actually going to 1-2 right, so I made a left turn where I was supposed to make a right turn. Got called out on it by ATC, so the taxi was kind of disastrous, and then take off out of Minneapolis, and I try and go on heading mode, but my wind correction wasn't there, and then I kept trying to mess with it too close to the ground, too soon after departure. So we ended up having to disconnect the autopilot and take over by hand, and we got ourselves back on course and got the autopilot to work, but should have just hand flew it from the beginning, maintained runway heading, and tried to sync the heading before we actually threw the heading mode on. So that was pretty bad. The approach into Detroit was pretty smooth, actually. I didn't really have too many problems there. I would not advise ever busting any sort of minimums, ever. Don't ever do that. That's a terrible idea. But I am on a flight simulator, and I wanted to see how good my landing could be with the garbage visibility that existed in Detroit, and it turned out actually pretty good. It was pretty smooth. Good landing. We were on the runway, really close to centerline, at least. I thought we were pretty good on centerline. The taxi to the gate was a little difficult because the visibility was so low. It was hard to tell which taxiway you were on, and on the airport diagram, at least the one on ForeFlight anyway, it doesn't really specify the taxiways too well by the gates on the south side, so that was good. But the flight back from Detroit, mostly smooth. We had an out-of-date departure, but that's fine because ATC wasn't online and I can't afford Navigraph, so that was all good. But then we went for the descent, and I forgot to lower the altitude again. I have to figure out a way to get myself to remember to do that right away, because I was thinking about it before I descended, didn't execute it. And then the last thing was the excuse me, the approach into Minneapolis was really good. That was really smooth. The landing was really smooth as well, but I do feel like my crosswind corrections could have been improved. I don't feel like they were entirely proper. Kind of seemed a little off to me. I don't think I kicked the rudder enough at the end there, but it was a smooth touchdown, and we did get back to center line on the rollout. So a lot went wrong on this flight, and it really goes to show you how on point you have to be while you're flying, especially airliners. That's why there's two pilots in them. But simple mistakes can lead to a pretty long series of problems later on, and that's where they get into the whole Swiss cheese model. The holes start aligning, and you just don't want to have an unfortunate ending to your flight. So it's very important to use your resources, you know, be focused. The I'm safe checklist before you fly is very important. I am rather exhausted right now, so that probably didn't help. That's the whole fatigue portion of it, so yeah. Very poor performance by me today. I'm a little disappointed, but at least the landings themselves were good. That's the biggest thing with flight simulation, is the landings. That's it. Nothing else matters. But anyway, there you go. That's a nice VATSIM flight. MSP to Detroit, Detroit back. The next couple times I stream, I'm probably going to stick with Microsoft 2020 and run some VATSIM flights. I don't know what's going on with my throat right now. I apologize for that. But yeah, we're going to stick with Microsoft Flight Sim 2020 and run some VATSIM flights. Taking a break from career mode. It's rough. I'm not super pleased with how I have to play it to maintain within standards. I'm not a big fan of how, like, the 737 MAX flies. The in-game ATC is wild, so I just need a nice long chill break from that. And then not sure when I'll get back to the career mode, but we will be back, and hopefully there's an update at some point that improves upon some of the issues that go on. So for now, we're just going back to the classics, and yeah. But that's that. Hope you guys enjoyed. For anyone that did tune in or watches this later after the recording, I appreciate you, and we will see you later. See ya!